Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days before the Great Darkness gathered its strength over Mordor, when the white city of Minas Tirith still stood proud and watchful against the eastern shadows, there came a time when Gandalf the Grey walked once more through its 7 circles of stone. The wizard had journeyed far in those years, his staff worn smooth by countless miles, his grey robes bearing the dust of many roads.
Yet on this particular autumn evening, as the sun cast long amber shadows across the white walls of Gondor's greatest fortress, his mind was troubled by whispers of things long forgotten, by fragments of prophecy that had haunted his dreams for many nights past.
The steward Denethor, still young in his rule and not yet consumed by the bitterness that would later claim him, had granted Gandalf permission to walk freely through the citadel. The wizard had been a friend to Gondor for longer than most could remember, and his counsel was valued, though not always heeded. On this day, Gandalf sought neither audience nor counsel with the living, but rather with the voices of the dead, preserved in ink and parchment within the depths of the city's ancient repositories of knowledge. The great library of the Tower of Ecthelion was well known to scholars and scribes throughout Middle-earth, its vaulted halls containing records of Gondor's glory stretching back through countless generations. But Gandalf knew, as few others did, that beneath these public halls lay older chambers, sealed passages that delved deep into the bones of the mountain upon which Minas Tirith was built. These were the forgotten archives, places where the most ancient texts had been stored and, in time, abandoned to dust and darkness. It was to these hidden depths that Gandalf now descended. The entrance he sought was not marked upon any map, nor spoken of in the records kept by the Citadel's librarians. He had learned of it decades before from a dying scholar, a man whose family had served as keepers of law since the days when the city was still called Minas Anor, the Tower of the Sun. As twilight deepened over the city and lamps were lit in windows throughout the 7 tiers, Gandalf stood before the great stone likeness of Gondor's founder. The statue was worn by centuries of weather, Elendil's noble features softened by rain and wind, his outstretched hand still pointing eastward in eternal vigilance. Few passed this way at evening, and those who did paid no mind to the Grey Wanderer who stood in contemplation before the ancient monument. Gandalf's hand rose, fingers tracing patterns in the air as his lips moved in silent speech. The words he spoke were old beyond reckoning, older even than Gondor itself. Words that had been carried from the drowned land of Númenor by those who had been faithful to the Valar in the days of the world's changing. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a sigh released after ages of holding, a section of the wall behind the statue shifted, stone ground against stone, revealing a narrow opening that exhaled the scent of dust and ancient parchment mixed with something else, something that spoke of deep time and forgotten magics. The wizard produced his staff, and at a word, its tip began to glow with a soft silver light that pushed back the darkness beyond the threshold. Without hesitation, for he had faced darker places than this in his long years, Gandalf stepped through the opening. Behind him, the stone door remained ajar, a thin line of twilight marking the boundary between the world above and the secrets below. The passage descended steeply, cut through the living rock of the mountain. The walls were smooth, worked by craftsmen whose skill had been legendary even in the days of Gondor's founding. Along the passage at intervals stood alcoves containing stone lamps that had not been lit in centuries. Gandalf paused at the first of these, touching his staff to the ancient oil reservoir. The lamp flared to life with a blue flame that gave more light than heat, and he saw with satisfaction that someone, long ago, had ensured these lamps would burn with a special fuel, one that would not diminish or spoil with the passage of years. He continued his descent, lighting lamp after lamp, until the passage blazed with ethereal blue light. The stairs spiraled downward in a great curve, and Gandalf counted the steps as he went, a habit born of necessity in places where one might need to find their way back in darkness. At 360 steps, the stairs ended at a landing, and before him stood a door of black stone inlaid with silver runes that still gleamed despite the ages. The wizard paused here, studying the inscriptions with eyes that had read the languages of many peoples in many lands. These runes told of what lay beyond, a warning and a welcome both. Here, they said, rest the words of the wise, the visions of the seers, the warnings of those who looked into the deeps of time. Here is gathered the knowledge deemed too dangerous, too precious, or too strange for the eyes of common men. Enter with reverence, and disturb not the silence of the ages without cause. Gandalf's weathered hand reached out to touch the door, and at his touch, it swung open without sound. The chamber beyond was vast beyond expectation, stretching away into shadows that even his starlight could not fully penetrate. The ceiling rose high above, lost in darkness, and the wizard had the distinct impression that he stood within a natural cavern that had been discovered and claimed by the builders of Minas Tirith in ages past. They had not reshaped it to their purposes, but rather had worked with what they found, creating a repository that seemed to exist outside the normal bounds of the city above. The air here was strange, neither stale nor fresh, but somehow preserved, as if time itself moved differently in this place. Gandalf breathed deeply, detecting hints of cedar and myrrh, the ancient preservatives used to protect parchment and vellum from decay. But beneath these familiar scents lay something else, something he could not quite name, a quality that suggested this place had been touched by powers older than the kingdom of men. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom beyond his staff's light, Gandalf began to perceive the true nature of what lay before him. The chamber was filled with row upon row of tall shelves, each constructed of some dark wood that had not warped or cracked, despite the passage of centuries. Upon these shelves rested scrolls and bound volumes, their number beyond counting. Some were wrapped in silk that still retained its colour, blues and crimsons and golds that gleamed in the lamplight. Others lay in wooden cases carved with protective symbols, while still more were secured in tubes of bronze or silver. But it was not merely the quantity of texts that struck Gandalf with wonder. It was the presence of something else, a sense that these were not mere words written by scribes, but rather vessels containing fragments of vision, prophecy, and lore that had been deemed too potent or too perilous for common knowledge. He could feel it as a tingling along his skin, a subtle pressure in the air itself, as if the accumulated weight of so much hidden wisdom had created a kind of power in this place. The wizard moved forward slowly, his staff held before him, his keen eyes scanning the nearest shelves. The texts here were organized according to some system he did not immediately recognize. The first section bore labels in the flowing script of Númenor, speaking of star lore and navigation, of the paths that ships had taken across the Beligare in the days when the world was younger. He passed these by, for his purpose this night was more specific. Deeper into the chamber he went, past sections devoted to the lineages of kings, past collections of maps showing coastlines that had long since been swallowed by the sea, past treatises on the languages of eagles and the songs of Ents. The organization became clearer to him as he progressed. This was arranged not by subject in the ordinary sense, but by age and by the nature of the knowledge contained. The deeper one went into the chamber, the older and stranger the texts became. At last, in what seemed to be nearly the heart of the vast space, Gandalf found what he sought, a section marked in runes that predated even the founding of Númenor, symbols that belonged to the elder days when elves still dwelt widely in Middle-earth, and taught their lore to the few among men who could comprehend it. The label, when translated, read simply, "The seeing stones speak not, but those who look upon them see. Prophecies and visions of things yet to come." Here were gathered the records of seers and dreamers, of those who had been gifted or cursed with glimpses beyond the veil of time. Some scrolls bore names he recognized, nobles of Gondor who had possessed the site in ancient days. Others were anonymous, their authors lost to history, their visions preserved by scribes who had faithfully recorded words spoken in trance or written in the fevered grip of prophetic dreams. Gandalf began to search through these texts with methodical care, handling each scroll with the reverence it deserved. He was looking for something specific, though he would have been hard-pressed to say exactly what. For weeks now, his dreams had been troubled by images he could not quite grasp upon waking. A mountain wreathed in flame, a ring of gold that burned with inner fire, a great eye searching across vast distances, and always, the shadow growing in the east. These were not new concerns. Gandalf had long suspected that the ancient enemy had not been truly vanquished, that the defeat dealt to Sauron in the last alliance of elves and men had been incomplete. But recently, his disquiet had grown stronger, driven by these fragmentary visions that came to him in sleep. He had begun to suspect that his dreams were not merely his own concerns taking shape in his unconscious mind, but rather echoes of older warnings, prophecies spoken long ago, that now stirred in response to the darkening of the times. He found the first relevant text after nearly an hour of careful searching. It was a scroll bound in white silk that had yellowed with age, secured with a seal of green wax that bore the symbol of Elendil's house. The title, written in a careful hand, read, "The words of Mulbeth the Seer, spoken in the 32nd year of Ranal I." Gandalf had heard of Mulbeth, though the Seer had lived nearly 2,000 years before. His prophecies had been famous in their time, though most had concerned matters long since passed into history. The wizard carefully broke the ancient seal and unrolled the scroll upon a reading desk that stood nearby, its surface carved from a single piece of dark marble. The parchment crackled slightly as it unfurled, but did not tear, testament to the skill of those who had prepared it. The writing was clear, despite its age, inked in a brownish pigment that had been made, if Gandalf's knowledge served him correctly, from oak galls mixed with iron salts and gum arabic. The first several passages dealt with matters Gandalf recognized as having come to pass. Malbeth had foreseen the rise of the corsairs of Umbar, the loss of Ithilien to raids from Mordor, and the slow decline of Gondor's power in the south. But as Gandalf read further, his expression grew grave. Here was a passage that spoke of a shadow that would sleep but not die, of a darkness that would gather strength in hidden places until a time appointed for its return. The text read, "In the days when the tree has withered and the line of kings has failed, when the stewards hold what they cannot keep and the people forget the glory of their fathers, then shall the ancient evil stir once more. It shall send forth its will in searching, seeking that which was lost, that which would make it whole again. And there shall come a time of great peril, when all the free peoples shall stand upon the edge of ruin, and the choice of one small life shall tip the balance between light and endless night." Gandalf read these words 3 times, his fingers drumming thoughtfully against the marble surface of the desk. This matched too closely with the unease that had been growing in his heart. The line of kings had indeed failed in Gondor. The stewards ruled in their stead, and while some were wise, the kingdom's power was but a shadow of what it had been, and the White Tree, Nimloth's descendant, stood dead in the court of the fountain, a stark symbol of faded glory. But it was the final lines of the prophecy that troubled him most deeply. That which was lost, that which would make it whole again. Gandalf's mind turned to old stories, to legends of the rings of power that had been forged in the Second Age. Most had been accounted for. The 9 had been given to mortal men, and those men had become the Nazgul, the Ringwraiths, bound eternally to the will of their master. The 7 given to the Dwarf Lords had been lost or destroyed, consumed by dragons or reclaimed by Sauron himself. The 3 elven rings remained hidden, their whereabouts known only to the wise. But the One Ring, the ruling ring that Sauron had forged in secret in the fires of Mount Doom, that ring had been lost when Isildur fell in the disaster of the Gladden Fields. For more than 2,000 years it had lain hidden, and many had begun to believe it had been swept out to sea, lost forever in the depths where none could find it. Gandalf had not been so certain. Objects of such power did not simply vanish from the world. They had a way of surfacing when circumstances aligned, when the will that had made them reached out across the years to draw them back. He carefully rolled up Mulbeth's scroll and set it aside, then continued his search through the shelves. The next text he examined was older still, its parchment so delicate that he had to use minor magics to strengthen it enough to be handled. This was a collection of fragments, pieces of prophecy gathered from various sources, and compiled by some unknown scholar in the early days of Gondor's founding. Many were cryptic, speaking in the riddling language that seers often employed, but one passage leaped out at him with startling clarity. It spoke of a halfling, one of the little people who dwelt in the far northwest, in lands that men seldom visited. This halfling, the text claimed, would come to possess a thing of great power, a burden that would draw the eye of the enemy. And upon the courage of this small one, upon choices made in darkness and in despair, would rest the fate of all the free peoples. The prophecy ended with a question that seemed addressed directly to whoever might read it in future days. Will those who are wise recognize the peril in time? Will they guide the bearer, or will they, in their pride, seek to claim the power for themselves? Gandalf felt a chill run through him that had nothing to do with the cool air of the chamber. Halflings, the hobbits of the Shire. He knew them well, had visited their pleasant land many times over the years, delighting in their simple joys and their love of peace and good food. They were an odd people, overlooked by most of the great and powerful, content to tend their gardens and live their quiet lives far from the troubles of the wider world. That such a people might be drawn into the great struggles of the age seemed almost absurd. Yet the more Gandalf considered it, the more a certain terrible logic emerged. Who better to bear a ring of power than one who had no desire for power? Who better to resist its corrupting influence than one whose ambitions extended no further than a comfortable home and regular meals? The hobbits' very insignificance might be their greatest strength, their humble nature a shield against the seductions that had destroyed greater folk. The wizard spent several more hours in the depths of the library, moving from shelf to shelf, examining texts that had not seen light in centuries. Some crumbled at his touch despite his care, their knowledge lost forever to the ravages of time. Others proved to be false prophecies, the wishful thinking of those who had wanted to see significance in their dreams, but had possessed no true gift of sight. But among the dross, Gandalf found enough genuine fragments to paint a troubling picture of what might lie ahead. One scroll, its author unnamed, spoke of a creature that dwelt in darkness beneath the mountains, a wretched thing that had once possessed a precious object and had been twisted by its loss. The text was vague, written in a rambling style that suggested the writer had been recording someone else's fevered visions, but it mentioned caves and tunnels, riddles spoken in the dark, and a finding that would prove both salvation and curse. The parchment was old, dating back perhaps 1,000 years, yet it spoke of events that seemed to belong to no particular time. Another text caught his attention, this one a bound volume whose pages were made of vellum so fine it was almost transparent. The title page identified it as the Book of Telkentar, though who Telkentar might have been, Gandalf could not say. The name was unfamiliar to him, not recorded in any of the genealogies he knew. Yet the book claimed to contain visions of the future, specifically of a king who would return when hope had all but died. The passages within spoke of one who would come from the north, bearing a sword reforged from the shards of a blade that had cut the ring from the hand of the enemy. This king would not claim his throne easily, but would walk long in shadow, known by many names, until the hour came when his true heritage could no longer be denied. The prophecy was detailed in some ways, vague in others, but it spoke clearly of signs that would herald his coming. A star would appear in the sky, bright in the east. The old alliances would be renewed, and from the north would come one bearing the marks of the Dunedain. Gandalf sat back, considering this. The Dunedain, the rangers of the north, were few in number now, scattered and diminished from the great people they had once been. Yet their chieftains still carried the blood of Elendil, still preserved the ancient traditions even as they walked in secret, guarding the borders of lands whose people knew them not. Could one of these come to claim Gondor's empty throne? It seemed unlikely in the current age, when the stewards held power and would not willingly relinquish it. Yet the prophecy was clear on this point. The king's return would be necessary for the defeat of the darkness. As Gandalf delved deeper into the collection, he came upon a series of texts that dealt with the rings of power in greater detail than he had seen elsewhere. These were not histories written after the fact, but contemporary accounts, written by those who had witnessed the forging of the rings and understood something of their nature. One particular manuscript, its pages illuminated with gold and silver leaf, contained warnings that made his blood run cold. The writer, who identified himself as a lawmaster of a region in the days before its fall, spoke of the One Ring's fundamental nature. It was not merely an object of power, he wrote, but a vessel into which Sauron had poured much of his own essence. While it existed, Sauron could never be truly defeated, for his life force was bound up in the ring itself. But the ring's existence also created a vulnerability. If it could be destroyed, unmade in the fires where it was forged, then Sauron himself would be diminished beyond recovery, reduced to a powerless shadow that could never again take physical form. But the manuscript went on to warn that destroying the ring would be nearly impossible. It could not be broken by any smith's hammer, could not be melted in any ordinary fire. Only in the Samath Noa, the chambers of fire within Orodruin, Mount Doom itself, could the ring be unmade. And who would willingly enter Mordor, into the very heart of the enemy's domain, to cast the ring into those fires? The Lore Master concluded that if the ring were ever found, those who discovered it would face a terrible choice. They could try to use it against Sauron, though the ring would surely corrupt them and turn them into servants of the Dark Lord. Or they could attempt the seemingly impossible task of destroying it, a quest that would demand sacrifice beyond measure. Gandalf read these words multiple times, committing them to memory. This was knowledge that had been hidden away for good reason. If it became widely known that the One Ring could destroy Sauron, but only if taken into Mordor itself, many would despair entirely, believing the task to be hopeless. Others might seek to claim the ring for themselves, believing they could master its power. The Lore Master had been wise to hide his knowledge in this deep archive. The night wore on, though in the depths of the library, time seemed to have little meaning. Gandalf's staff still burned with steady light, and the blue lamps along the walls had not dimmed. He continued his search, driven by a growing sense of urgency. The pieces were beginning to fit together in his mind, forming a picture that was both terrible and strangely hopeful. If the ring still existed, if it could be found before Sauron's agents located it, then perhaps there was a path forward, narrow and perilous though it might be. He found another relevant text tucked away in a corner shelf, this one written in a strange mixture of Sindarin and the common tongue. The author claimed to have learned it from an elf of Lothlorien, one who had possessed the gift of foresight. The prophecy spoke of a fellowship, a company of 9 who would set out on a desperate quest. They would represent all the free peoples of Middle-earth, the text said, and they would be bound together not by oath or law, but by friendship and a common purpose. Some would fall, the prophecy warned, but others would achieve things that no single hero, however mighty, could accomplish alone. This notion struck Gandalf as both wise and melancholy. Throughout the history of Middle-earth, great deeds had often been accomplished by individual heroes. Beren had won a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown. Erendil had sailed to Valinor and won the aid of the Valar. Túrin had slain Glaurung the dragon. But perhaps the times called for something different now. Perhaps the age of lone heroes had passed, and the future would be shaped by those who learned to stand together. The wizard moved to yet another section of the library, this one devoted to texts about the smaller peoples of Middle-earth. Here were chronicles of the petty dwarves who had dwelt in Beleriand in the Elder Days, accounts of the wild men of the woods who had preceded the coming of the Edain, and scattered references to the halflings. The hobbits were mentioned rarely in the older texts, for they were a young people by the standards of Middle-earth, appearing in recorded history only within the last 1,000 years or so. But one particular scroll caught his attention. It was written in a crabbed hand on parchment that had been poorly prepared, suggesting it was the work of someone who had not been trained as a scribe. The writer identified himself only as a traveller from the west, and claimed to have visited a land where the little people dwelt in great numbers. He described their holes in the ground, their love of farming and good food, their suspicion of the outside world, and their remarkable ability to move silently when they wished. The traveller also noted something that Gandalf found particularly interesting. Despite their small size and apparent weakness, the halflings possessed a resilience of spirit that he had rarely encountered in his journeys. They could endure hardship without being broken by it, could maintain hope in dark times, and showed a loyalty to their friends that surpassed that of many larger and supposedly nobler folk. The text went on to make a prediction that seemed almost whimsical at first reading. In days to come, the traveller wrote, when the great powers of the world clash, and the fate of all hangs in the balance, look not to the mighty for salvation. The lords in their towers, the warriors with their swords, the wizards with their staffs, all these shall play their parts. But the turning point shall come from the small and overlooked, from those whom the enemy dismisses as beneath notice. In their courage shall be found a purity that the great and wise have lost, and in their weakness shall be found a strength that power alone cannot match. Gandalf set down the scroll, his mind racing. How many years had he spent walking among the great and powerful, counselling kings and lords, believing that the fate of Middle-earth would be decided in the halls of the mighty. Yet here was prophecy after prophecy, suggesting that he had been looking in the wrong places. The answer might lie not in Minas Tirith or Rivendell or Lothlorien, but in the Shire, among the hobbits whom most of the world's leaders had never even heard of. He thought of specific hobbits he had known over the years. Old Bilbo Baggins, whom he had drawn into an adventure with dwarves decades before, an adventure that Bilbo still spoke of with a mixture of pride and wonder. The hobbit had changed during that journey, had discovered depths of courage and resourcefulness that even he had not known he possessed. And there were others, younger hobbits whom Gandalf had watched growing up during his visits to the Shire. They lived simple lives, concerned with matters that great lords would find trivial. Yet they possessed something that was increasingly rare in Middle-earth. They were largely uncorrupted by the lust for power, unmarked by the long defeats and betrayals that had scarred so many other peoples. As he pondered these things, Gandalf came upon one final text that seemed to bring together all the threads he had been following. It was a small book, bound in green leather, that had somehow remained supple despite its age. The title, embossed in silver letters, read, "The Burden of Small Things." The author was listed as anonymous, but the quality of the writing suggested someone of considerable wisdom and education. Gandalf opened the book carefully and began to read. The opening passage addressed itself to those who would seek to understand the workings of fate in Middle-earth. It spoke of how the mightiest empires could fall because of small oversights, how the greatest victories could turn on seemingly insignificant moments. The author argued that power, while certainly important, was not the only force that shaped history. Indeed, the author suggested, an obsession with power often blinded people to other possibilities, other paths that might lead to success. The text then turned to a discussion of rings, though it did not name them specifically. It spoke of how certain objects of great power contained within them a fundamental paradox. They granted their bearers tremendous abilities, yet in doing so, they also enslaved them. The more one used such an object, the more dependent one became upon it, until at last the bearer could not imagine existence without it. The ring became master, and the bearer became servant, though the reversal happened so gradually that the bearer rarely understood what had occurred until it was far too late. But there was hope, the author wrote, in those who did not desire such power. A person who had no wish to dominate others, who sought no throne and commanded no armies, such a person might bear a ring of power for a time without being immediately consumed by it. Not forever, for the corruption would work its poison eventually, but perhaps long enough to accomplish some necessary task. The key was to find one who could carry the burden without claiming it as their own, who could hold power in their hand and yet remain willing to let it go when the time came. Gandalf felt his breath catch as he read these words. Here was confirmation of what the other prophecies had suggested. The task ahead would require not a mighty warrior or a wise king, but someone humble, someone who could resist the temptation to use the ring even as they carried it toward its destruction. A hobbit, perhaps, with their simple values and their lack of ambition for anything beyond a comfortable life among their own kind. The book continued with a passage that seemed almost to be instructions for whoever might find themselves in possession of a ring of power. First it said, "Do not wear it lightly or often. For each time you place it upon your finger, it claims a piece of your soul. Second, do not seek to use it for your own benefit, no matter how noble your intentions may seem. The ring will whisper to you of all the good you could accomplish, all the evil you could prevent, if only you would employ its power. These whispers are lies. Third, surround yourself with friends who know your true nature, who can remind you of who you were before the burden came to you. In their love and loyalty, you will find the strength to resist." Finally, the text warned, "Do not attempt this task alone. No single being, however strong of will, can bear such a burden to its end without support. You will need companions who share your purpose, who can encourage you when hope fails, who can defend you when enemies draw near, and who can, if necessary, help you finish the task should your own strength prove insufficient. Trust in fellowship, for in the bonds between true friends lies a magic deeper than any that can be forged in fire or sealed with words of power." Gandalf closed the book and sat in silence for a long moment. The chamber around him seemed to pulse with accumulated wisdom. The the voices of seers and prophets across the ages, all speaking variations of the same truth. The road ahead would be dark and perilous. Many would suffer, and some would surely fall. But there was a path, narrow though it might be, that could lead to victory. And at the heart of that path was a seemingly impossible idea, that the smallest and least regarded of all the peoples of Middle-earth might prove to be the key to salvation. Rising from the reading desk, Gandalf began to make his way back through the library, retracing his steps toward the entrance. He left the texts, as he had found them, save for taking careful mental note of their locations. He might need to return to this place in the future, to consult these prophecies again as events unfolded. For now, he had learned what he needed to know. The pieces of the puzzle had been laid out before him, and while he could not see the complete picture yet, he understood enough to know what his next steps must be. He needed to return to the Shire. He needed to watch the hobbits more carefully, to identify those among them who might possess the qualities that would be needed in the trials ahead. He needed to investigate his own suspicions about certain objects that might have found their way into hobbit hands, and he needed to do all of this quietly, without raising alarm. For if the enemy learned that the ring had been found, if Sauron discovered it was in the Shire, then that peaceful land would be consumed by fire and darkness. As Gandalf climbed the long stairway back toward the world above, he extinguished the blue lamps one by one, restoring the passage to its ancient darkness. At the landing with the black door, he paused and spoke a word of sealing, ensuring that the entrance would remain hidden from those who did not know the proper phrases. This knowledge was too dangerous to be freely available. It must be guarded, protected, revealed only to those who had the wisdom to use it properly. When he emerged at last from behind the statue of Elendil, dawn was breaking over Minas Tirith. The stone door closed behind him with the same soft sigh with which it had opened, and within moments, no trace remained of the entrance he had used. To any who passed by, there was only the weathered statue of the ancient king, his hand still pointing eastward toward the lands of shadow. Gandalf stood for a moment in the cool morning air, breathing deeply and allowing the freshness of the new day to clear his mind. The city was beginning to wake around him. He could hear the distant sound of a cock crowing, the clatter of shutters being opened, the voices of early risers beginning their daily routines. The normalcy of it all seemed strange after the hours he had spent in that timeless chamber below, surrounded by prophecies of doom and desperate hope. He made his way slowly through the circles of the city, his staff tapping a steady rhythm against the paved streets. Guards at their posts nodded respectfully as he passed, and here and there an early merchant, setting up his stall, offered a greeting. Gandalf returned these courtesies automatically, his mind still turning over everything he had learned during the night. The weight of the knowledge he now carried felt almost physical, a burden that pressed upon his shoulders like a heavy cloak. At the citadel, he found Denethor already awake and attending to the business of governance. The steward sat in a high-backed chair in a chamber overlooking the courtyard, reviewing reports from the outer defences of Gondor. He looked up as Gandalf entered, his keen eyes taking in the wizard's travel-worn appearance and the thoughtful expression on his face. "You have been in the old places again," Denethor observed, his tone neither approving nor disapproving, merely stating a fact. "What secrets do the buried texts reveal to you, wizard? What knowledge do you seek in the darkness while honest men sleep?" Gandalf met the steward's gaze steadily. There was a sharpness to Denethor's manner that had not been present in earlier years, an edge of suspicion that troubled the wizard. The burden of ruling was changing the man, making him harder, more jealous of his authority. It was a dangerous transformation, one that Gandalf knew he must watch carefully in the years to come. "I seek only to understand the patterns of the past," Gandalf replied calmly, "that I might better counsel you regarding the present. The ancient texts contain much wisdom, though often it must be sought with patience and care. Your ancestors preserved knowledge that yet serves Gondor well." The steward's expression softened slightly. He gestured for Gandalf to sit, and a servant appeared with wine and bread. As they shared the simple meal, Denethor spoke of the reports he had been reviewing. Orcs had been seen in greater numbers along the borders of Ithilien. The beacons that linked Gondor to its northern allies had fallen into disrepair in several locations. Trade with the southern provinces had declined as fear of raiders increased. "These are troubling times," Denethor concluded, his voice heavy with concern. "Gondor's strength wanes while the shadow in the east grows bolder. I wonder sometimes if we stand at the end of a long defeat, if all our struggles merely delay the inevitable. Gandalf set down his cup, choosing his words carefully. No defeat is inevitable while courage remains in the hearts of free peoples. Yes, the enemy grows stronger, but strength alone does not determine the outcome of struggles such as these. I have seen dark times before, Denethor, times when hope seemed lost, yet the dawn came, nevertheless. The steward studied him for a long moment. You speak in riddles, wizard, as is your custom, but I sense you know more than you reveal. If there is counsel you can offer, if there is knowledge that might aid Gondor in the trials ahead, I would hear it. Gandalf considered carefully before responding. The knowledge he had gained in the library was not meant for all ears, not yet. The time would come when he would need to share what he had learned, but that time was not now. Denethor was already burdened with the weight of his office. To add to that burden, with prophecies of a peril greater than any Gondor had faced in an age, would serve no purpose, except to breed despair. My counsel is this, Gandalf said at last. Maintain your vigilance, but do not let fear drive you to hasty action. Strengthen Gondor's defenses, but remember that allies are as important as walls and weapons. And above all, do not lose hope. The enemy would have us believe that resistance is futile, that surrender is inevitable. That is his greatest weapon, more dangerous than any army he might field. Hold fast to hope, even when it seems most fragile. Denethor nodded slowly, though Gandalf could see that his words had not entirely satisfied the steward. The man wanted concrete advice, specific strategies, not philosophical observations about hope and courage. But Gandalf could offer nothing more, not yet. Too much remained uncertain. The ring, if it still existed, had not been found. The players who would enact the great drama were not yet assembled. The time for specific action had not arrived. He took his leave of Denethor shortly after, promising to return to Minas Tirith when circumstances allowed. As Gandalf departed the White City, riding northward on the Great West Road, his mind was already far ahead, travelling to the green lands of the Shire. The prophecies he had read weighed heavily upon him, but they also provided a clarity he had lacked before. For years he had sensed that something was amiss, that the shadow was stirring again, but he had not understood the full scope of what was to come. Now, armed with the knowledge of the ancients, he could begin to prepare. The journey north took many days, and Gandalf did not hurry. He needed time to think, to consider all he had learnt, and to plan his next moves carefully. As he travelled, he stopped in villages and towns, listening to the talk of ordinary folk, gathering news of strange happenings and unusual events. Most of what he heard was the normal gossip of country life, tales of poor harvests and good marriages, of disputes between neighbours and celebrations of births. But occasionally, threaded through the mundane, he detected hints of something darker. In Rohan, the Horse Lords spoke of orcs venturing further from the mountains than they had in living memory. In the lands near Fangorn, woodsmen reported that the forest seemed to be growing restless, the trees shifting and moving when no one was watching. Along the borders of the Shire itself, rangers brought word of black riders, figures cloaked and hooded, who asked questions about halflings in voices that made strong men shudder. This last piece of news troubled Gandalf greatly. If the enemy was already sending servants to inquire about hobbits, then perhaps time was shorter than he had hoped. The ring, if indeed it had found its way into the Shire, might already have drawn the attention of those who sought it. He would need to act quickly, but also carefully. Any overt investigation might alert the enemy's servants to exactly what they were looking for. When at last he came to the borders of the Shire, it was autumn, and the countryside was ablaze with colour. The trees had turned to gold and crimson, and the air carried the sweet scent of ripening apples and the earthy smell of turned soil. It was a scene of such peace and plenty that it seemed impossible to imagine it touched by the darkness that Gandalf knew was gathering. Yet that was precisely why the Shire had remained safe for so long. It was overlooked, dismissed as insignificant by those who measured worth in terms of military might or political power. Gandalf made his way first to Hobbiton, the small village that had been his usual destination during his visits to the Shire over the years. The hobbits there knew him well, greeting him with cheerful waves and invitations to share tea or supper. He accepted several of these invitations, sitting in comfortable hobbit holes and listening to the talk of the local folk. He heard about the upcoming harvest festival, about the mayor's new waistcoat, about a dispute over property boundaries that had the whole village taking sides. All perfectly normal, all reassuringly mundane. But Gandalf listened for other things as well. He paid attention to who was mentioned in passing, which families were well regarded, which young hobbits showed unusual qualities, and gradually a pattern began to emerge. There was one family in particular that kept appearing in the stories he heard, one name that seemed to recur with surprising frequency. The Bagginses of Bag End. Old Bilbo Baggins was something of a legend in the Shire, though not always in ways he would have preferred. His adventure with the dwarves, his unexpected disappearances, and his curious habit of remaining unmarried well into his advanced years all marked him as eccentric by hobbit standards. But there was more to Bilbo than mere eccentricity, Gandalf knew. The hobbit had shown remarkable courage during that long-ago adventure, had discovered reserves of cunning and determination that few would have suspected lay hidden beneath his proper hobbit exterior. Gandalf decided it was time to pay Bilbo a visit. He had not seen the old hobbit in several years, and curiosity drew him to see how his friend was faring. He made his way up the hill to Bag End one fine afternoon, his knock upon the green door answered by Bilbo himself. The hobbit's face lit up with genuine delight at the sight of the wizard, and within moments, Gandalf found himself ushered inside, settled in a comfortable chair with a pipe in hand and a cup of tea at his elbow. They talked for hours, catching up on years of separation. Bilbo spoke of his studies, of the book he was writing about his adventures, of the quiet pleasures of life in the Shire. He seemed content, settled into a comfortable old age. Yet Gandalf noticed things that troubled him. Despite the years that had passed since their last meeting, Bilbo looked remarkably unchanged. His hair was still dark, with barely a trace of grey, his face relatively unlined, his movements spry for one of his considerable age. It was as if time had slowed for him, or as if something was preserving him beyond his natural span. And there was something else, a quality that Gandalf could not quite name. Occasionally, as they talked, Bilbo's hand would stray to his waistcoat pocket, touching it briefly before moving away again. It was an unconscious gesture, repeated several times during their conversation. Each time it happened, Gandalf felt a small stirring of unease, a sense that something of importance was being concealed. When the conversation turned to Bilbo's adventure with the dwarves, the old hobbit became more animated, recounting tales of trolls and goblins, of eagles and Elrond's house. But when Gandalf gently steered the conversation toward the part of the journey where Bilbo had become separated from the dwarves in the goblin tunnels, the hobbit's manner changed. He became evasive, his story growing vague and confused. He spoke of riddles in the dark, of finding a way out through cunning and luck, but the details were oddly lacking. And again, that unconscious gesture toward his pocket. Gandalf said nothing directly, but his suspicions were now fully aroused. After their visit concluded, and he took his leave, he spent several days wandering the Shire, visiting other hobbits, asking casual questions. He learned that Bilbo had become known for occasionally vanishing, not in the sense of leaving the Shire, but quite literally disappearing from sight. One moment he would be there, the next he would be gone, only to reappear sometime later, as if nothing unusual had occurred. The hobbits attributed this to some trick or magic Bilbo had learnt on his adventures, but Gandalf's heart grew cold with certainty. A ring of invisibility. It could be nothing else. And if Bilbo possessed such a ring, found in the darkness beneath the misty mountains, found in a place once infested by orcs and darker things, then there was only one thing it could be. The One Ring. Isildur's Bane. The very object around which all the prophecies he had read revolved. It was here, in the Shire, in the pocket of a hobbit who used it to avoid unwanted visitors and play tricks on his neighbours. The realization was both terrifying and oddly fitting. Of course, the ring would end up with the most unlikely bearer imaginable. Of course, it would be hidden in the one place the enemy would never think to look. But the danger was immense. If Bilbo had carried the ring for decades, as seemed likely, then its influence upon him must be significant. He could not simply demand that Bilbo hand over the ring. That would only make the hobbit suspicious and defensive. The ring would strengthen any reluctance to part with it, would whisper reasons why keeping it was necessary and right. No, this would require patience and subtlety. He spent the next several weeks in and around the Shire, maintaining his usual friendly relations with the hobbits, while quietly observing Bilbo. The old hobbit seemed to be struggling with something, his mood swinging between contentment and irritability. He complained about feeling stretched, like butter scraped over too much bread. He spoke of wanting a holiday, a real holiday, away from the Shire entirely. These were not the words of a happy hobbit enjoying a peaceful retirement. During one visit, Gandalf noticed something else that confirmed his fears. Bilbo was writing his book, but he kept certain pages hidden away, shuffled under other papers whenever anyone approached. When Gandalf finally managed to glimpse these pages, he saw they contained a different version of the story about the riddle game. In this version, Gollum had willingly given Bilbo the ring as a present for winning the contest, but Gandalf knew enough of such creatures to understand that this was a lie. No one gave away a ring of power willingly, and certainly not as a prize in a game. The lie itself was damning. It meant the ring was already working on Bilbo, making him reshape the truth to justify his possession of it. The corruption was progressing, slowly perhaps, but inevitably. Soon it would become difficult or even impossible for Bilbo to give up the ring of his own free will. Gandalf needed to act, but he needed to do so in a way that would preserve both Bilbo's sanity and his friendship. An opportunity presented itself when Bilbo announced his intention to hold a great birthday party. He was approaching his 111th birthday, he said, and he intended to celebrate it in style. He would invite everyone in Hobbiton and beyond, would spare no expense, and would make it a party that would be remembered for years to come. But he also hinted to Gandalf, in a moment of confidence, that he planned to leave the Shire immediately after the party. He was tired of it all, he said. He wanted to see the mountains again, to visit Rivendell, to finish his book in peace. This gave Gandalf an idea. If Bilbo was planning to leave anyway, then perhaps he could be persuaded to leave the ring behind. Not because he was forced to, but as a gift to his heir. Bilbo had adopted a young cousin, Frodo Baggins, an orphan who had come to live at Bag End some years before. The lad was of good character, well liked in the Shire, and clearly dear to Bilbo's heart. Perhaps the old hobbit could be convinced that passing the ring to Frodo was the right thing to do, part of the inheritance he would leave behind. But Gandalf knew this would not be easy. The ring would fight against being left behind, would fill Bilbo's mind with reasons to keep it, excuses for taking it along. The wizard would need to be present at the moment of departure, would need to use all his persuasive powers, and perhaps a touch of his authority to ensure that the ring changed hands. It would be a delicate operation, requiring perfect timing and careful management. As the weeks passed and preparations for the party advanced, Gandalf laid his plans. He spoke with Bilbo often, gently encouraging the idea of leaving the ring behind, planting seeds of thought about the rightness of letting go, about the freedom that came from traveling light and unburdened. He never mentioned the ring directly, never gave any sign that he understood its true nature. To do so would be to put Bilbo on his guard, to give the ring warning of what was intended. At night, alone in the guest room at Bag End, or camped beneath the stars in the Shire's quiet hills, Gandalf would think back to the prophecies he had read in the library beneath Minas Tirith. Everything was falling into place with a precision that seemed almost orchestrated by fate itself. The ring had been found by a halfling, just as the ancient texts had suggested. That halfling had proven himself capable of bearing it without being immediately consumed, had carried it for decades while maintaining his essential goodness. And now the time was approaching for the ring to pass to another bearer, one who might carry it through the trials that lay ahead. Frodo Baggins seemed an unlikely hero by any conventional measure. He was young by hobbit standards, not yet come into the full prime of his years. He had never ventured beyond the Shire's borders, had lived a quiet life of study and friendship in Bilbo's comfortable home, yet Gandalf had observed him carefully during his visits, and he saw qualities in the young hobbit that gave him hope. Frodo possessed a thoughtfulness that was rare among his people, a tendency to look beyond the immediate and the comfortable to consider larger questions. He was loyal to his friends, showed kindness to those less fortunate, and displayed a quiet courage when faced with difficulties. More importantly, Frodo seemed largely untouched by the desires for power or recognition that corrupted so many. He was content with his books and his friends, with the simple pleasures of the Shire. If anyone could bear the ring toward its destruction without claiming it for themselves, without being twisted into a servant of the enemy, then perhaps this young hobbit could. The prophecies spoke of a small life, tipping the balance between light and darkness. Looking at Frodo, Gandalf could begin to believe that such a thing might be possible. Yet he also understood the immense burden that would fall upon Frodo's shoulders if Gandalf's suspicions proved correct, and the ring truly was the one. No one should have to bear such a weight, least of all someone as innocent and unprepared as a young hobbit who had never known war or confronted true evil. But the prophecies were clear on this point as well. The burden of small things could not be carried by the great and powerful. It required someone who could remain small even while holding the power to shake the world. As the day of Bilbo's party approached, Gandalf made his final preparations. He spoke with some of the Shire's rangers, those few who knew of the wizard's true purpose and could be trusted with serious matters. He asked them to keep watch on the borders, to report any sign of black riders or other servants of the enemy. He visited the boundaries of the Shire himself, walking the old paths and renewing protections that had been laid down in earlier times. Wards that would not prevent evil from entering but might slow it, might give warning of its approach. He also spent time with Frodo, though the young hobbit did not understand the true purpose of these visits. They talked of history and lore, of the wider world beyond the Shire, of the great deeds and terrible struggles that had shaped Middle-earth. Gandalf watched how Frodo responded to these tales, how his eyes lit with wonder at accounts of ancient heroism, how his face grew grave when hearing of the enemy's cruelty. The young hobbit had a good heart and a strong spirit. Whether that would be enough for what lay ahead, only time would tell. The night before the party, Gandalf stood alone on the hill above Bag End, looking out over the sleeping Shire. Lights twinkled in windows scattered across the gentle landscape, each one marking a home where hobbits slept peacefully. Unaware of the storm that was gathering, they lived their simple lives, concerned with their gardens and their genealogies, their meals and their pipeweed, and they were happy. It was a precious thing, that happiness, that innocence. It was worth protecting, worth fighting for, worth the sacrifices that would surely be required in the days ahead. The wizard thought of all he had learned in the hidden library, of all the prophecies and warnings that had been preserved through the ages. The seers of old had looked forward through time and had seen this moment approaching, had understood that a great trial was coming. They had left their knowledge for those who would need it, trusting that when the hour came, the wise would find what had been hidden and would understand what must be done. Now that hour was upon them. The ring had been found. The enemy was stirring, reaching out with his will to search for what had been lost. The stage was set for a struggle that would determine the fate of all Middle-earth. And at the centre of it all would be hobbits, simple folk from a quiet corner of the world, bearing a burden that kings and warriors could not carry. Gandalf felt the weight of his years pressing upon him. He was old beyond the counting of mortal years, and he was tired. He had fought many battles, counselled many rulers, witnessed countless sorrows, yet he could not rest, not now. The knowledge he carried, the understanding he had gained from those ancient texts, made him responsible for what would come next. He would need to guide Frodo, to assemble the fellowship that the prophecies spoke of, to ensure that when the moment came for the final choice, those who must make it would have the strength and wisdom to choose rightly. As dawn began to break over the Shire, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Gandalf turned back toward Bag End. Today would be Bilbo's party, a celebration of an old hobbit's long life. But it would also be a beginning, the first step on a journey that would take them all into darkness before the end. The wizard squared his shoulders and began walking down the hill, his staff tapping steadily against the path. There was work to be done.